Good evening. Tonight, we wander into a world that feels both gentle and a little strange. A world where fortune changes hands without warning, where simple hearts travel long roads, and where quiet forests hide things not meant to be understood. Some of these stories are light, filled with wandering souls, unexpected luck, and curious little mistakes that somehow turn out right. Others move more slowly, through deeper waters, through hidden places beneath the earth, where something ancient still waits. In silence, you don't need to follow every detail. Just listen as the rhythm of the story softens, as the night settles around you, and as each tale carries you a little further away from the day and closer to sleep. And now we begin with a wandering soldier, a strange bargain, and a journey that leads far beyond the ordinary world. Brother Lustig, there was one on a time a great war, and when it came to an end, many soldiers were discharged. Then Brother Lustig also received his dismissal, and besides that, nothing but a small loaf of contract bread and 4 kreuzers in money with which he departed. St. Peter had, however, placed himself in his way in the shape of a poor beggar, and when Brother Lustig came up, he begged alms of him. Brother Lustig replied, "Dear beggar man, what am I to give you? I have been a soldier and have received my dismissal, and have nothing but this little loaf of contract bread and 4 kreuzers of money. When that is gone, I shall have to beg as well as you. Still, I will give you something." Thereupon, he divided the loaf into 4 parts, and gave the apostle one of them, and a kreuzer likewise. St. Peter thanked him, went onwards, and threw himself again in the soldier's way as a beggar, but in another shape. And when he came up, begged a gift of him as before. Brother Lustig spoke as he had done before, and again gave him a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreuzer. St. Peter thanked him and went onwards, but for the 3rd time placed himself in another shape as a beggar on the road, and spoke to Brother Lustig. Brother Lustig gave him also the 3rd quarter of bread and the 3rd kreuzer. St. Peter thanked him, and Brother Lustig went onwards, and had but a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreuzer. With that, he went into an inn, ate the bread, and ordered 1 kreuzer's worth of beer. When he had had it, he journeyed onwards, and then St. Peter, who had assumed the appearance of a discharged soldier, met and spoke to him thus: "Good day, comrade. canst thou not give me a bit of bread and a crosier to get a drink? Where am I to procure it? Answered Brother Lustig. I have been discharged, and I got nothing but a loaf of ammunition bread and 4 kreutzers in money. I met 3 beggars on the road, and I gave each of them a quarter of my bread and 1 kreutzer. The last quarter I ate in the inn and had a drink with the last kreutzer. Now my pockets are empty, and if thou also hast nothing, we can go a-begging together. No, answered St. Peter, we need not quite do that. I know a little about medicine, and I will soon earn as much as I require by that. Indeed, said Brother Lustig, I know nothing of that, so I must go and beg alone. Just come with me, said St. Peter, and if I earn anything, thou shalt have half of it. All right, said Brother Lustig, so they went away together. Then they came to a peasant's house, inside which they heard loud lamentations and cries. So they went in, and there the husband was lying sick unto death, and very near his end, and his wife was crying and weeping quite loudly. Stop that howling and crying, said St. Peter. I will make the man well again. And he took a salve out of his pocket and healed the sick man in a moment, so that he could get up and was in perfect health. In great delight, the man and his wife said, How can we reward you? What shall we give you? But St. Peter would take nothing, and the more the peasant folks offered him, the more he refused. Brother Lustig, however, nudged St. Peter and said, Take something. Sure enough, we are in need of it. At length, the woman brought a lamb and said to St. Peter that he really must take that, but he would not. Then Brother Lustig gave him a poke in the side and said, Do take it, you stupid fool. We are in great want of it. Then St. Peter said at last, Well, I will take the lamb, but I won't carry it. If thou wilt insist on having it, thou must carry it. That is nothing, said Brother Lustig. I will easily carry it, and took it on his shoulder. Then they departed, and came to a wood. But Brother Lustig had begun to feel the lamb heavy, and he was hungry. So he said to St. Peter, Look, that's a good place. We might cook the lamb there and eat it. As you like, answered St. Peter, but I can't have anything to do with the cooking. If thou wilt cook, there is a kettle for thee, and in the meantime I will walk about a little until it is ready. Thou must, however, not begin to eat until I have come back. I will come at the right time." "Well, go then," said Brother Lustig. "I understand cookery. I will manage it." Then St. Peter went away, and Brother Lustig killed the lamb, lighted a fire, threw the meat into the kettle, and boiled it. The lamb was, however, quite ready, and the Apostle Peter had not come back. So Brother Lustig took it out of the kettle, cut it up, and found the heart. "That is said to be the best part," said he, and tasted it, but at last he ate it all up. At length St. Peter returned and said, "Thou mayest eat the whole of the lamb thyself. I will only have the heart. Give me that." Then Brother Lustig took a knife and fork and pretended to look anxiously about amongst the lamb's flesh, but not to be able to find the heart. And at last he said abruptly, "There is none here." "But where can it be?" said the apostle. "I don't know," replied Brother Lustig. "But look what fools we both are to seek for the lamb's heart, and neither of us to remember that a lamb has no heart." "Oh," said St. Peter, "that is something quite new. Every animal has a heart. Why is a lamb to have none?" "No, be assured, my brother," said Brother Lustig, "that a lamb has no heart. Just consider it seriously, and then you will see that it really has none." "Well, it is all right," said St. Peter. "If there is no heart, then I want none of the lamb. Thou mayest eat it alone. What I can't eat now, I will carry away in my knapsack," said Brother Lustig, and he ate half the lamb and put the rest in his knapsack. They went farther, and then St. Peter caused a great stream of water to flow right across their path, and they were obliged to pass through it. Said St. Peter, "Do thou go first." "No," answered Brother Lustig, "thou must go first." And he thought, "If the water is too deep, I will stay behind." Then St. Peter strode through it, and the water just reached to his knee. So Brother Lustig began to go through also, but the water grew deeper and reached to his throat. Then he cried, "Brother, help me." St. Peter said, "Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart?" "No," said he, "I have not eaten it." Then the water grew deeper still and rose to his mouth. "Help me, brother," cried the soldier. St. Peter said, "Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart?" "No," he replied, "I have not eaten it." St. Peter, however, would not let him be drowned, but made the water sink and helped him through it. Then they journeyed onwards and came to a kingdom where they heard that the king's daughter lay sick unto death. "Hollo, brother," said the soldier to St. Peter, "this is a chance for us. If we can heal her, we shall be provided for life." But St. Peter was not half quick enough for him. "Come, lift your legs, my dear brother," said he, "that we may get there in time." But St. Peter walked slower and slower, though Brother Lustig did all he could to drive and push him on, and at last they heard that the princess was dead. "Now we are done for," said Brother Lustig. "That comes of thy sleepy way of walking." "Just be quiet," answered St. Peter. "I can do more than cure sick people. I can bring dead ones to life again." "Well, if thou canst do that," said Brother Lustig, "it's all right, but thou shouldst earn at least half the kingdom for us by that." Then they went to the royal palace, where everyone was in great grief. But St. Peter told the king that he would restore his daughter to life. He was taken to her and said, "Bring me a kettle and some water." And when that was brought, he bade everyone go out and allowed no one to remain with him but Brother Lustig. Then he cut off all the dead girl's limbs and threw them in the water, lighted a fire beneath the kettle, and boiled them. And when the flesh had fallen away from the bones, he took out the beautiful white bones and laid them on a table and arranged them together in their natural order. When he had done that, he stepped forward and said 3 times, "In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead woman, arise." And at the 3rd time, the princess arose, living healthy and beautiful. Then the king was in the greatest joy, and said to St. Peter, "Ask for thy reward. Even if it were half my kingdom, I would give it thee." But St. Peter said, "I want nothing for it." "O thou tomfool," thought Brother Lustig to himself, and nudged his comrade's side and said, "Don't be so stupid. If thou hast no need of anything I have." St. Peter, however, would have nothing, but as the king saw that the other would very much like to have something, he ordered his treasurer to fill Brother Lustig's knapsack with gold. Then they went on their way, and when they came to a forest, St. Peter said to Brother Lustig, "Now we will divide the gold." "Yes," he replied, "we will." So St. Peter divided the gold and divided it into 3 heaps. Brother Lustig thought to himself, "What craze has he got in his head? Now he is making 3 shares, and there are only 2 of us." "But, Saint," Peter said, "I have divided it exactly. There is 1 share for me, 1 for thee, and 1 for him who ate the lamb's heart." "Oh, I ate that," replied Brother Lustig, and hastily swept up the gold. "You may trust what I say." "But how can that be true?" said Saint Peter. "When a lamb has no heart." What, brother? What can you be thinking of? Lambs have hearts like other animals. Why should only they have none? "Well, so be it," said Saint Peter. "Keep the gold to yourself, but I will stay with you no longer. I will go my way alone." "As you like, dear brother," answered Brother Lustig. "Farewell." Then Saint Peter went a different road. But Brother Lustig thought, "It is a good thing that he has taken himself off. He is certainly a strange saint, after all." Then he had money enough, but did not know how to manage it, squandered it, gave it away, and when some time had gone by, once more had nothing. Then he arrived in a certain country, where he heard that a king's daughter was dead. "Oh ho," thought he, "that may be a good thing for me. I will bring her to life again, and see that I am paid as I ought to be." So he went to the king and offered to raise the dead girl to life again. Now the king had heard that a discharged soldier was traveling about and bringing dead persons to life again, and thought that Brother Lustig was the man. But as he had no confidence in him, he consulted his counselors first, who said that he might give it a trial, as his daughter was dead. Then Brother Lustig ordered water to be brought to him in a kettle, bade everyone go out, cut the limbs off, threw them in the water, and lighted a fire beneath, just as he had seen Saint Peter do. The water began to boil, the flesh fell off, and then he took the bones out and laid them on the table. But he did not know the order in which to lay them, and placed them all wrong and in confusion. Then he stood before them and said, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, I bid thee arise." And he said this thrice, but the bones did not stir. So he said it thrice more, but also in vain. "Confounded girl that you are, get up," cried he, "get up, or it shall be worse for you." When he had said that Saint Peter suddenly appeared in his former shape as a discharged soldier. He entered by the window and said, "Godless man, what art thou doing? How can the dead maiden arise when thou hast thrown about her bones in such confusion?" "Dear brother, I have done everything to the best of my ability," he answered. "This once I will help thee out of thy difficulty. But one thing I tell thee, and that is that if ever thou undertakest anything of the kind again, it will be the worse for thee, and also that thou must neither demand nor accept the smallest thing from the king for this." Thereupon Saint Peter laid the bones in their right order, said to the maiden 3 times, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise." And the king's daughter arose, healthy and beautiful as before. Then Saint Peter went away again by the window, and Brother Lustig was rejoiced to find that all had passed off so well, but was very much vexed to think that, after all, he was not to take anything for it. "I should just like to know," thought he, "what fancy that fellow has got in his head for what he gives. With one hand he takes away, with the other. There is no sense whatever in it." Then the king offered Brother Lustig whatsoever he wished to have, but he did not dare to take anything. However, by hints and cunning, he contrived to make the king order his knapsack to be filled with gold for him, and with that he departed. When he got out, Saint Peter was standing by the door and said, "Just look what a man thou art. Did I not forbid thee to take anything? And there thou hast thy knapsack full of gold." "How can I help that?" answered Brother Lustig. "If people will put it in for me. Well, I tell thee this, that if ever thou settest about anything of this kind again, thou shalt suffer for it. Brother, have no fear. Now I have money. Why should I trouble myself with washing bones?" "Faith," said Saint Peter, "the gold will last a long time. In order that after this thou mayest never tread in forbidden paths, I will bestow on thy knapsack this property, namely, that whatsoever thou wishest to have inside it shall be there. Farewell, thou wilt now never see me more." "Goodbye," said Brother Lustig, and thought to himself, "I am very glad that thou hast taken thyself off, thou strange fellow. I shall certainly not follow thee." But of the magical power which had been bestowed on his knapsack, he thought no more. Brother Lustig traveled about with his money and squandered and wasted what he had as before. When at last he had no more than 4 kreutzers, he passed by an inn and thought, "The money must go," and ordered 3 kruzers worth of wine and 1 kruzer's worth of bread for himself. As he was sitting there, drinking, the smell of roast goose made its way to his nose. Brother Lustig looked about and peeped and saw that the host had 2 geese standing in the oven. Then he remembered that his comrade had said that whatsoever he wished to have in his knapsack should be there. So he said, "Oh, I must try that with the geese." So he went out, and when he was outside the door, he said, "I wish those 2 roasted geese out of the oven and in my knapsack." And when he had said that, he unbuckled it and looked in, and there they were inside it. "Ah, that's right," said he. "Now I am a made man," and went away to a meadow and took out the roast meat. When he was in the midst of his meal, 2 journeymen came up and looked at the second goose, which was not yet touched, with hungry eyes. Brother Lustig thought to himself, "One is enough for me," and called the 2 men up and said, "Take the goose and eat it to my health." They thanked him and went with it to the inn, ordered themselves a half bottle of wine, and a loaf, took out the goose which had been given them, and began to eat. The hostess saw them and said to her husband, "Those 2 are eating a goose. Just look and see if it is not one of ours out of the oven." The landlord ran thither, and behold, the oven was empty. "What?" cried he. "You thievish crew! You want to eat goose as cheap as that? Pay for it this moment, or I will wash you well with green hazel sap." The 2 said, "We are no thieves. A discharged soldier gave us the goose outside there in the meadow. You shall not throw dust in my eyes. That way, the soldier was here, but he went out by the door like an honest fellow. I looked after him myself. You are the thieves, and shall pay." But as they could not pay, he took a stick and cudgeled them out of the house. Brother Lustig went his way and came to a place where there was a magnificent castle, and not far from it a wretched inn. He went to the inn and asked for a night's lodging, but the landlord turned him away and said, "There is no more room here. The house is full of noble guests." "It surprises me that they should come to you and not go to that splendid castle," said Brother Lustig. "Ah, indeed," replied the host. "But it is no slight matter to sleep there for a night. No one who has tried it so far has ever come out of it alive." "If others have tried it," said Brother Lustig, "I will try it too." "Leave it alone," said the host. "It will cost you your neck." "It won't kill me at once," said Brother Lustig. "Just give me the key and some good food and wine." So the host gave him the key and food and wine. And with this, Brother Lustig went into the castle, enjoyed his supper, and at length, as he was sleepy, he lay down on the ground, for there was no bed. He soon fell asleep, but during the night was disturbed by a great noise, and when he awoke, he saw 9 ugly devils in the room, who had made a circle and were dancing around him. Brother Lustig said, "Well, dance as long as you like, but none of you must come too close." But the devils pressed continually nearer to him and almost stepped on his face with their hideous feet. "Stop, you devils' ghosts," said he, but they behaved still worse. Then Brother Lustig grew angry and cried, "Hola, but I will soon make it quiet," and got the leg of a chair and struck out into the midst of them with it. But 9 devils against 1 soldier were still too many, and when he struck those in front of him, the others seized him behind by the hair and tore it unmercifully. "Devil's crew," cried he, "it is getting too bad. But wait, into my knapsack. 9 of you." In an instant, they were in it, and then he buckled it up and threw it into a corner. After this, all was suddenly quiet, and Brother Lustig lay down again and slept till it was bright day. Then came the innkeeper and the nobleman to whom the castle belonged, to see how he had fared. But when they perceived that he was merry and well, they were astonished and asked, "Have the spirits done you no harm then?" "The reason why they have not," answered Brother Lustig, "is because I have got the whole 9 of them in my knapsack. You may once more inhabit your castle quite tranquilly. None of them will ever haunt it again." The nobleman thanked him, made him rich presents, and begged him to remain in his service, and he would provide for him as long as he lived. "No," replied Brother Lustig, "I am used to wandering about. I will travel farther." Then he went away and entered into a smithy, laid the knapsack which contained the 9 devils on the anvil, and asked the smith and his apprentices to strike it. So they smote with their great hammers with all their strength, and the devils uttered howls, which were quite pitiable. When he opened the knapsack, after this, 8 of them were dead, but one which had been lying in a fold of it was still alive, slipped out, and went back again to hell. Thereupon, Brother Lustig traveled a long time about the world, and those who know them can tell many a story about him. But at last he grew old and thought of his end. So he went to a hermit who was known to be a pious man, and said to him, "I am tired of wandering about, and want now to behave in such a manner that I shall enter into the kingdom of heaven." The hermit replied, "There are 2 roads. One is broad and pleasant, and leads to hell. The other is narrow and rough, and leads to heaven." I should be a fool, thought Brother Lustig, if I were to take the narrow, rough road. So he set out and took the broad and pleasant road, and at length came to a great black door, which was the door of hell. Brother Lustig knocked, and the doorkeeper peeped out to see who was there. But when he saw Brother Lustig, he was terrified, for he was the very same 9th devil who had been shut up in the knapsack and had escaped from it with a black eye. So he pushed the bolt in again, as quickly as he could, ran to the devil's lieutenant, and said, "There is a fellow outside with a knapsack who wants to come in, but as you value your lives, don't allow him to enter, or he will wish the whole of hell into his knapsack. He once gave me a frightful hammering when I was inside it." So they called out to Brother Lustig that he was to go away again, for he should not get in there. "If they won't have me here," thought he, "I will see if I can find a place for myself in heaven, for I must be somewhere." So he turned about and went onwards until he came to the door of heaven, where he knocked. St. Peter was sitting hard by as doorkeeper. Brother Lustig recognized him at once and thought, "Here I find an old friend. I shall get on better." But St. Peter said, "I really believe that thou wantest to come into heaven. Let me in, brother. I must get in somewhere. If they would have taken me into hell, I should not have come here." "No," said St. Peter, "thou shalt not enter." "Then if thou wilt not let me in, take thy knapsack back, for I will have nothing at all from thee." "Give it here, then," said St. Peter. Then Brother Lustig gave him the knapsack into heaven through the bars, and St. Peter took it and hung it beside his seat. Then said Brother Lustig, "And now I wish myself inside my knapsack." And in a second he was in it, and in heaven, and St. Peter was forced to let him stay there. The Young Giant. Once on a time, a countryman had a son who was as big as a thumb, and did not become any bigger, and during several years did not grow one hair's breadth. Once, when the father was going out to plow, the little one said, "Father, I will go out with you." "Thou wouldst go out with me," said the father. "Stay here. Thou wilt be of no use out there. Besides, thou mightest get lost." Then Thumbling began to cry, and for the sake of peace, his father put him in his pocket and took him with him. When he was outside in the field, he took him out again and set him in a freshly cut furrow. Whilst he was there, a great giant came over the hill. "Do thou see that great bogey?" said the father, for he wanted to frighten the little fellow to make him good. "He is coming to fetch thee." The giant, however, had scarcely taken 2 steps with his long legs before he was in the furrow. He took up Little, Thumbling carefully with 2 fingers, examined him, and without saying one word, went away with him. His father stood by, but could not utter a sound for terror, and he thought nothing else but that his child was lost, and that, as long as he lived, he should never set eyes on him again. The giant, however, carried him home, suckled him, and Thumbling grew and became tall and strong after the manner of giants. When 2 years had passed, the old giant took him into the forest, wanted to try him, and said, "Pull up a stick for thyself." Then the boy was already so strong that he tore up a young tree out of the earth by the roots. But the giant thought, "We must do better than that," took him back again, and suckled him 2 years longer. When he tried him, his strength had increased so much that he could tear an old tree out of the ground. That was still not enough for the giant. He again suckled him for 2 years, and when he then went with him into the forest and said, "Now just tear up a proper stick for me," the boy tore up the strongest oak tree from the earth so that it split, and that was a mere trifle to him. "Now that will do," said the giant. "Thou art perfect," and took him back to the field from whence he had brought him. His father was there following the plow. The young giant went up to him and said, "Does my father see what a fine man his son has grown into?" The farmer was alarmed and said, "No, thou art not my son. I don't want thee leave me. Truly, I am your son. Allow me to do your work. I can plow as well as you neigh better." "No, no, thou art not my son, and thou canst not plow. Go away." However, as he was afraid of this great man, he left go of. The plow stepped back and stood at one side of the piece of land. Then the youth took the plow and just pressed it with one hand. But his grasp was so strong that the plow went deep into the earth. The farmer could not bear to see that, and called to him, "If thou art determined to plow, thou must not press so hard on it that makes bad work." The youth, however, unharnessed the horses and drew the plow himself, saying, "Just go home, father, and bid my mother make ready a large dish of food, and in the meantime I will go over the field." Then the farmer went home and ordered his wife to prepare the food. But the youth plowed the field, which was 2 acres large, quite alone. And then he harnessed himself to the harrow and harrowed the whole of the land, using 2 harrows at once. When he had done it, he went into the forest and pulled up 2 oak trees, laid them across his shoulders, and hung on them 1 harrow behind and 1 before, and also 1 horse behind and 1 before, and carried all as if it had been a bundle of straw to his parents' house. When he entered the yard, his mother did not recognize him and asked, "Who is that horrible tall man?" The farmer said, "That is our son." She said, "No, that cannot be our son. We never had such a tall one. Ours was a little thing." She called to him, "Go away. We do not want thee." The youth was silent, but led his horses to the stable, gave them some oats and hay, and all that they wanted. When he had done this, he went into the parlor, sat down on the bench, and said, "Mother, now I should like something to eat. Will it soon be ready?" Then she said, "Yes," and brought in 2 immense dishes full of food, which would have been enough to satisfy herself and her husband for a week. The youth, however, ate the whole of it himself and asked if she had nothing more to set before him. "No," she replied, "that is all we have." "But that was only a taste. I must have more." She did not dare to oppose him, and went and put a huge cauldron full of food on the fire, and when it was ready, carried it in. At length come a few crumbs, said he, and ate all there was, but it was still not sufficient to appease his hunger. Then said he, Father, I see well that with you I shall never have food enough. If you will get me an iron staff which is strong, and which I cannot break against my knees, I will go out into the world. The farmer was glad, put his 2 horses in his cart, and fetched from the smith a staff so large and thick that the 2 horses could only just bring it away. The youth laid it across his knees, and snap, he broke it in 2, in the middle, like a beanstalk, and threw it away. The father then harnessed 4 horses, and brought a bar, which was so long and thick that the 4 horses could only just drag it. The son snapped this also in twain, against his knees threw it away, and said, Father, this can be of no use to me. You must harness more horses and bring a stronger staff. So the father harnessed 8 horses and brought one which was so long and thick that the 8 horses could only just carry it. When the son took it in his hand, he broke off a bit from the top of it also, and said, Father, I see that you will not be able to procure me any such staff as I want. I will remain no longer with you. So he went away and gave out that he was a smith's apprentice. He arrived at a village wherein lived a smith who was a greedy fellow, who never did a kindness to anyone, but wanted everything for himself. The youth went into the smithy and asked if he needed a journeyman. Yes, said the smith, and looked at him and thought, that is a strong fellow who will strike out well and earn his bread. So he asked, How much wages dost thou want? I don't want any at all, he replied. Only every fortnight, when the other journeymen are paid, I will give thee 2 blows, and thou must bear them. The miser was heartily satisfied, and thought he would thus save much money. Next morning, the strange journeyman was to begin to work. But when the master brought the glowing bar, and the youth struck his first blow, the iron flew asunder, and the anvil sank so deep into the earth that there was no bringing it out again. Then the miser grew angry and said, Oh, but I can't make any use of you. You strike far too powerfully. What will you have for the 1 blow? Then said he, I will only give you quite a small blow, that's all. and he raised his foot and gave him such a kick that he flew away over 4 loads of hay. Then he sought out the thickest iron bar in the smithy, for himself, took it as a stick in his hand, and went onwards. When he had walked for some time, he came to a small farm, and asked the bailiff if he did not require a head servant. "Yes," said the bailiff, "I can make use of one. You look a strong fellow who can do something. How much a year do you want as wages?" He again replied that he wanted no wages at all, but that every year he would give him 3 blows, which he must bear. Then the bailiff was satisfied, for he too was a covetous fellow. Next morning, all the servants were to go into the wood, and the others were already up, but the head servant was still in bed. Then one of them called to him, "Get up, it is time. We are going into the wood, and thou must go with us." "Ah," said he quite roughly and surlily, "you may just go then. I shall be back again before any of you." Then the others went to the bailiff and told him that the head man was still lying in bed and would not go into the wood with them. The bailiff said they were to awaken him again and tell him to harness the horses. The head man, however, said as before, "Just go there. I shall be back again before any of you." And then he stayed in bed 2 hours longer. At length he arose from the feathers, but first he got himself 2 bushels of peas from the loft, made himself some broth. With them, ate it at his leisure, and when that was done, went and harnessed the horses and drove into the wood. Not far from the wood was a ravine through which he had to pass, so he first drove the horses on, and then stopped them, and went behind the cart, took trees and brushwood, and made a great barricade so that no horse could get through. When he was entering the wood, the others were just driving out of it with their loaded carts to go home. Then said he to them, "Drive on. I will still get home before you do." He did not drive far into the wood, but at once tore 2 of the very largest trees of all. Out of the earth threw them on his cart, and turned round. When he came to the barricade, the others were still standing there, not able to get through. "Don't you see," said he, "that if you had stayed with me, you would have got home just as quickly, and would have had another hour's sleep?" He now wanted to drive on, but his horses could not work their way through, so he unharnessed them, laid them on the top of the cart, took the shafts in his own hands, and pulled it all through. And he did this just as easily as if it had been laden with feathers. When he was over, he said to the others, "There you see, I have got over quicker than you," and drove on, and the others had to stay where they were. In the yard, however, he took a tree in his hand, showed it to the bailiff, and said, "Isn't that a fine bundle of wood?" Then said the bailiff to his wife, "The servant is a good one. If he does sleep long, he is still home before the others." So he served the bailiff for a year, and when that was over, and the other servants were getting their wages, he said it was time for him to take his too. The bailiff, however, was afraid of the blows which he was to receive, and earnestly entreated him to excuse him from having them. For rather than that, he himself would be head servant, and the youth should be bailiff. "No," said he, "I will not be a bailiff. I am head servant, and will remain so, but I will administer that which we agreed on." The bailiff was willing to give him whatsoever he demanded, but it was of no use. The head servant said no to everything. Then the bailiff did not know what to do, and begged for a fortnight's delay, for he wanted to find some way of escape. The head servant consented to this delay. The bailiff summoned all his clerks together, and they were to think the matter over and give him advice. The clerks pondered for a long time, but at last they said that no one was sure of his life with the head servant, for he could kill a man as easily as a midge, and that the bailiff ought to make him get into the well and clean it, and when he was down below, they would roll up one of the millstones which was lying there and throw it on his head, and then he would never return to daylight. The advice pleased the bailiff, and the head servant was quite willing to go down the well. When he was standing down below at the bottom, they rolled down the largest millstone and thought they had broken his skull. But he cried, "Chase away those hens from the well. They are scratching in the sand up there and throwing the grains into my eyes so that I can't see." So the bailiff cried, "Shh," and pretended to frighten the hens away. When the head servant had finished his work, he climbed up and said, "Just look what a beautiful necktie I have on." And behold, it was the millstone which he was wearing round his neck. The head servant now wanted to take his reward, but the bailiff again begged for a fortnight's delay. The clerks met together and advised him to send the head servant to the haunted mill to grind corn by night, for from thence, as yet, no man had ever returned in the morning alive. The proposal pleased the bailiff. He called the head servant that very evening and ordered him to take 8 bushels of corn to the mill and grind it that night, for it was wanted. So the head servant went to the loft and put 2 bushels in his right pocket and 2 in his left, and took 4 in a wallet, half on his back and half on his breast, and thus laden went to the haunted mill. The miller told him that he could grind there very well by day, but not by night, for the mill was haunted, and that up to the present time whosoever had gone into it at night had been found in the morning, lying dead inside. He said, "I will manage it, just you go away to bed." Then he went into the mill and poured out the corn. About 11 o'clock, he went into the miller's room and sat down on the bench. When he had sat there a while, a door suddenly opened, and a large table came in, and on the table wine and roasted meats placed themselves, and much good food besides. But everything came of itself, for no one was there to carry it. After this, the chairs pushed themselves up, but no people came, until all at once he beheld fingers which handled knives and forks, and laid food on the plates. But with this exception, he saw nothing. As he was hungry and saw the food, he too placed himself at the table, ate with those who were eating, and enjoyed it. When he had had enough, and the others also had quite emptied their dishes, he distinctly heard all the candles being suddenly snuffed out, and as it was now pitch dark, he felt something like a box on the ear. Then he said, "If anything of that kind comes again, I shall strike out in return." And when he had received a second box on the ear, he too struck out. And so it continued the whole night. He took nothing without returning it, but repaid everything with interest, and did not lay about him in vain. At daybreak, however, everything ceased. When the miller had got up, he wanted to look after him, and wondered if he were still alive. Then the youth said, "I have eaten my fill, have received some boxes on the ears, but I have given some in return." The miller rejoiced, and said that the mill was now released from the spell, and wanted to give him much money as a reward. But he said, "Money I will not have, I have enough of it." So he took his meal on his back, went home, and told the bailiff that he had done what he had been told to do, and would now have the reward agreed on. When the bailiff heard that he was seriously alarmed and quite beside himself, he walked backwards and forwards in the room, and drops of perspiration ran down from his forehead. Then he opened the window to get some fresh air, but before he was aware, the head servant had given him such a kick that he flew through the window out into the air, and so far away that no one ever saw him again. Then said the head servant to the bailiff's wife, "If he does not come back, you must take the other blow." She cried, "No, no, I cannot bear it," and opened the other window because drops of perspiration were running down her forehead. Then he gave her such a kick that she too flew out, and as she was lighter, she went much higher than her husband. Her husband cried, "Do come to me." But she replied, "Come thou to me, I cannot come to thee." And they hovered about there in the air, and could not get to each other, and whether they are still hovering about or not, I do not know. But the young giant took up his iron bar and went on his way. Hans in luck. Hans had served his master for 7 years, so he said to him, "Master, my time is up. Now I should be glad to go back home to my mother. Give me my wages." The master answered, "You have served me faithfully and honestly. As the service was, so shall the reward be." And he gave Hans a piece of gold as big as his head. Hans pulled his handkerchief out of his pocket, wrapped up the lump in it, put it on his shoulder, and set out on the way home. As he went on, always putting one foot before the other, he saw a horseman trotting quickly and merrily by on a lively horse. "Ah," said Hans quite loud, "what a fine thing it is to ride. There you sit as on a chair. You stumble over no stones. You save your shoes and get on. You don't know how." The rider, who had heard him, stopped and called out, "Hullo, Hans. Why do you go on foot, then?" "I must," answered he, "for I have this lump to carry home. It is true that it is gold, but I cannot hold my head straight for it, and it hurts my shoulder." "I will tell you what," said the rider. "We will exchange. I will give you my horse, and you can give me your lump." "With all my heart," said Hans, "but I can tell you, you will have to crawl along with it." The rider got down, took the gold, and helped Hans up, then gave him the bridle tight in his hands, and said, "If you want to go at a really good pace, you must click your tongue and call out, Jup, jup. Hans was heartily delighted as he sat upon the horse and rode away so bold and free. After a little while, he thought that it ought to go faster, and he began to click with his tongue and call out, "Jup, jup." The horse put himself into a sharp trot, and before Hans knew where he was thrown off and lying in a ditch which separated the field from the highway. The horse would have gone off too if it had not been stopped by a countryman who was coming along the road and driving a cow before him. Hans got his limbs together and stood up on his legs again, but he was vexed and said to the countryman, "It is a poor joke, this riding, especially when one gets hold of a mare like this that kicks and throws one off so that one has a chance of breaking one's neck. Never again will I mount it. Now I like your cow, for one can walk quietly behind her and have over and above one's milk, butter, and cheese every day without fail. What would I not give to have such a cow?" "Well," said the countryman, "if it would give you so much pleasure, I do not mind giving the cow for the horse." Hans agreed with the greatest delight. The countryman jumped upon the horse and rode quickly away. Hans drove his cow quietly before him and thought over his lucky bargain. "If only I have a morsel of bread, and that can hardly fail me. I can eat butter and cheese with it as often as I like. If I am thirsty, I can milk my cow and drink the milk. Good heart, what more can I want?" When he came to an inn, he made a halt, and in his great content ate up what he had with him, his dinner and supper, and all he had, and with his last few farthings had half a glass of beer. Then he drove his cow onwards along the road to his mother's village. As it drew nearer midday, the heat was more oppressive, and Hans found himself upon a moor, which it took about an hour to cross. He felt it very hot, and his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth with thirst. "I can find a cure for this," thought Hans. "I will milk the cow now and refresh myself with the milk." He tied her to a withered tree, and as he had no pail, he put his leather cap underneath. But try as he would, not a drop of milk came, and as he set himself to work in a clumsy way, the impatient beast at last gave him such a blow on his head with its hind foot that he fell on the ground, and for a long time could not think where he was. By good fortune, a butcher just then came along the road with a wheelbarrow in which lay a young pig "What sort of a trick is this?" cried he, and helped the good Hans up. Hans told him what had happened. The butcher gave him his flask and said, "Take a drink and refresh yourself. The cow will certainly give no milk. It is an old beast. At the best, it is only fit for the plow." "Butcher." "Well, well," said Hans, as he stroked his hair down on his head. "Who would have thought it? Certainly, it is a fine thing when one can kill a beast like that at home. What meat one has! But I do not care much for beef. It is not juicy enough for me. A young pig like that now is the thing to have. It tastes quite different. And then there are the sausages." "Hark ye, Hans," said the butcher, "out of love for you. Exchange, and we'll let you have the pig for the cow." "Heaven repay you for your kindness," said Hans, as he gave up the cow, whilst the pig was unbound from the barrow, and the cord by which it was tied was put in his hand. Hans went on, and thought to himself how everything was going just as he wished. If he did meet with any vexation, it was immediately set right. Presently, there joined him a lad who was carrying a fine white goose under his arm. They said good morning to each other, and Hans began to tell of his good luck and how he had always made such good bargains. The boy told him that he was taking the goose to a christening feast. "Just lift her," added he, and laid hold of her by the wing. "How heavy she is! She has been fattened up for the last 8 weeks. Whoever has a bit of her when she is roasted will have to wipe the fat from both sides of his mouth." "Yes," said Hans, as he weighed her in one hand. "She is a good weight, but my pig is no bad one." Meanwhile, the lad looked suspiciously from one side to the other and shook his head. "Look here," he said at length. "It may not be all right with your pig. In the village through which I passed, the mayor himself had just had one stolen out of its sty. I fear that you have got hold of it there. They have sent out some people, and it would be a bad business if they caught you with the pig. At the very least, you would be shut up in the dark hole." The good Hans was terrified. "Goodness," he said, "help me out of this fix. You know more about this place than I do. Take my pig and leave me your goose." "I shall risk something at that game," answered the lad. but I will not be the cause of your getting into trouble." So he took the cord in his hand and drove away the pig quickly along a bypath. The good Hans, free from care, went homewards with the goose under his arm. "When I think over it properly," said he to himself, "I have even gained by the exchange. First there is the good roast meat, then the quantity of fat which will drip from it, and which will give me dripping for my bread for 1/4 of a year, and lastly, the beautiful white feathers. I will have my pillow stuffed with them, and then, indeed, I shall go to sleep without rocking. How glad my mother will be." As he was going through the last village, there stood a scissors grinder with his barrow. As his wheel whirred, he sang, "I sharpen scissors, and quickly grind, my coat blows out in the wind behind." Hans stood still and looked at him. At last he spoke to him and said, "All's well with you, as you are so merry with your grinding." "Yes," answered the scissors grinder, "the trade has a golden foundation. A real grinder is a man who, as often as he puts his hand into his pocket, finds gold in it." "But where did you buy that fine goose?" "I did not buy it, but exchanged my pig for it." "And the pig, that I got for a cow. And the cow, I took that instead of a horse. And the horse, for that I gave a lump of gold as big as my head. And the gold, well, that was my wages for 7 years' service." "You have known how to look after yourself each time," said the grinder. "If you can only get on so far as to hear the money jingle in your pocket whenever you stand up, you will have made your fortune." "How shall I manage that?" said Hans. "You must be a grinder as I am. Nothing particular is wanted for it, but a grindstone the rest finds itself. I have one here. It is certainly a little worn, but you need not give me anything for it but your goose. Will you do it?" "How can you ask?" answered Hans. "I shall be the luckiest fellow on earth. If I have money, whenever I put my hand in my pocket, what need I trouble about any longer?" And he handed him the goose and received the grindstone in exchange. "Now," said the grinder, as he took up an ordinary heavy stone that lay by him, "here is a strong stone for you into the bargain. You can hammer well upon it and straighten your old nails. Take it with you and keep it carefully." Hans loaded himself with the stones and went on with a contented heart His eyes shone with joy. "I must have been born with a call," he cried. "Everything I want happens to me just as if I were a Sunday child." Meanwhile, as he had been on his legs since daybreak, he began to feel tired. Hunger also tormented him, for in his joy at the bargain by which he got the cow, he had eaten up all his store of food at once. At last, he could only go on with great trouble and was forced to stop every minute. The stones, too, weighed him down dreadfully. Then he could not help thinking how nice it would be if he had not to carry them just then. He crept like a snail to a well in a field, and there he thought that he would rest and refresh himself with a cool draught of water. But in order that he might not injure the stones, in sitting down, he laid them carefully by his side on the edge of the well. Then he sat down on it and was to stoop and drink when he made a slip, pushed against the stones, and both of them fell into the water. When Hans saw them, with his own eyes sinking to the bottom, he jumped for joy, and then knelt down, and with tears in his eyes, thanked God for having shown him this favor also, and delivered him in so good a way, and without his having any need to reproach himself from those heavy stones which had been the only things that troubled him. "There is no man under the sun so fortunate as I," he cried out. With a light heart and free from every burden, he now ran on until he was with his mother at home. The singing, springing lark. There was once on a time a man who was about to set out on a long journey, and on parting, he asked his 3 daughters what he should bring back with him for them. Whereupon the eldest wished for pearls, the second wished for diamonds, but the third said, "Dear father, I should like a singing, soaring lark." The father said, "Yes, if I can get it, you shall have it," kissed all 3, and set out. Now, when the time had come for him to be on his way home again, he had brought pearls and diamonds for the 2 eldest, but he had sought everywhere in vain for a singing, soaring lark for the youngest, and he was very unhappy about it, for she was his favorite child. Then his road lay through a forest, and in the midst of it was a splendid castle, and near the castle stood a tree. But quite on the top of the tree he saw a singing, soaring lark. "Aha! You come just at the right moment," he said, quite delighted, and called to his servant to climb up. and catch the little creature. But as he approached the tree, a lion leapt from beneath it, shook himself, and roared till the leaves on the trees trembled. "He who tries to steal my singing, soaring lark," he cried, "will I devour." Then the man said, "I did not know that the bird belonged to thee. I will make amends for the wrong I have done, and ransom myself with a large sum of money. Only spare my life." The lion said, "Nothing can save thee, unless thou wilt promise to give me for mine own what first meets thee on thy return home. And if thou wilt do that, I will grant thee thy life, and thou shalt have the bird for thy daughter into the bargain." But the man hesitated and said, "That might be my youngest daughter. She loves me best, and always runs to meet me on my return home." So the servant, however, was terrified and said, "Why should your daughter be the very one to meet you? It might as easily be a cat or dog." Then the man allowed himself to be over-persuaded, took the singing, soaring lark, and promised to give the lion whatsoever should first meet him on his return home. When he reached home and entered his house, the first who met him was no other than his youngest and dearest daughter, who came running up, kissed, and embraced him. And when she saw that he had brought with him a singing, soaring lark, she was beside herself with joy. The father, however, could not rejoice, but began to weep and said, "My dearest child, I have bought the little bird dear. In return for it, I have been obliged to promise thee to a savage lion, and when he has thee, he will tear thee in pieces and devour thee." And he told her all just as it had happened, and begged her not to go there, come what might. But she consoled him and said, "Dearest father, indeed, your promise must be fulfilled. I will go thither and soften the lion so that I may return to thee safely." Next morning, she had the road pointed out to her, took leave, and went fearlessly out into the forest. The lion, however, was an enchanted prince, and was by day a lion, and all his people were lions with him, but in the night they resumed their natural human shapes. On her arrival, she was kindly received and led into the castle. When night came, the lion turned into a handsome man, and their wedding was celebrated with great magnificence. They lived happily together, remained awake at night, and slept in the daytime. One day he came and said, "Tomorrow there is a feast in thy father's house, because your eldest sister is to be married. And if thou art inclined to go there, my lions shall conduct thee. She said, Yes, I should very much like to see my father again, and went thither accompanied by the lions. There was great joy when she arrived, for they had all believed that she had been torn in pieces by the lion and had long ceased to live. But she told them what a handsome husband she had, and how well off she was remained with them while the wedding feast lasted, and then went back again to the forest. When the second daughter was about to be married, and she was again invited to the wedding, she said to the lion, This time I will not be alone. Thou must come with me. The lion, however, said that it was too dangerous for him, for if, when there, a ray from a burning candle fell on him, he would be changed into a dove, and for 7 years long would have to fly about with the doves. She said, But do come with me. I will take great care of thee and guard thee from all light. So they went away together, and took with them their little child as well. She had a chamber built there, so strong and thick that no ray could pierce through it. In this he was to shut himself up when the candles were lit for the wedding feast. But the door was made of green wood, which warped and left a little crack, which no one noticed. The wedding was celebrated with magnificence, but when the procession, with all its candles and torches, came back from church and passed by this apartment, a ray about the breadth of a hair fell on the king's son, and when this ray touched him, he was transformed in an instant. And when she came in and looked for him, she did not see him, but a white dove was sitting there. The dove said to her, For 7 years must I fly about the world, but at every 7th step that you take, I will let fall a drop of red blood and a white feather, and these will show thee the way. And if thou followest the trace, thou canst release me. Thereupon the dove flew out at the door, and she followed him, and at every 7th step a red drop of blood and a little white feather fell down and showed her the way. So she went continually further and further in the wide world, never looking about her or resting, and the 7 years were almost past. Then she rejoiced and thought that they would soon be delivered, and yet they were so far from it. Once when they were thus moving onwards, no little feather and no drop of red blood fell, and when she raised her eyes, the dove had disappeared. And as she thought to herself, "In this no man can help thee," she climbed up to the sun and said to him, "Thou shinest into every crevice, and over every peak. Hast thou not seen a white dove flying?" "No," said the sun, "I have seen none, but I present thee with a casket. Open it when thou art in sorest need." So then she thanked the sun and went on until evening came, and the moon appeared. She then asked her, "Thou shinest the whole night through, and on every field and forest hast thou not seen a white dove flying?" "No," said the moon, "I have seen no dove, but here I give thee an egg. Break it when thou art in great need." She thanked the moon and went on until the night wind came up and blew on her. Then she said to it, "Thou blowest over every tree, and under every leaf. Hast thou not seen a white dove flying?" "No," said the night wind, "I have seen none, but I will ask the 3 other winds. Perhaps they have seen it." The east wind and the west wind came and had seen nothing, but the south wind said, "I have seen the white dove. It has flown to the Red Sea, where it has become a lion again. For the 7 years are over, and the lion is there, fighting with a dragon. The dragon, however, is an enchanted princess." The night wind then said to her, "I will advise thee. Go to the Red Sea. On the right bank are some tall reeds. Count them, break off the 11th, and strike the dragon with it. Then the lion will be able to subdue it, and both then will regain their human form. After that, look round, and thou wilt see the griffin, which is by the Red Sea. Swing thyself with thy beloved on to his back, and the bird will carry you over the sea to your own home. Here is a nut for thee. When thou art above the center of the sea, let the nut fall. It will immediately shoot up, and a tall nut tree will grow out of the water on which the griffin may rest. For if he cannot rest, he will not be strong enough to carry you across. And if thou forgettest to throw down the nut, he will let you fall into the sea." Then she went thither and found everything as the night wind had said. She counted the reeds by the sea, and cut off the 11th, struck the dragon therewith, whereupon the lion overcame it, and immediately both of them regained their human shapes. But when the princess, who had before been the dragon, was delivered from enchantment, she took the youth by the arm, seated herself on the griffin, and carried him off with her. There stood the poor maiden, who had wandered so far and was again forsaken. She sat down and cried, but at last she took courage and said, "Still, I will go as far as the wind blows, and as long as the cock crows, until I find him." And she went forth by long, long roads, until at last she came to the castle where both of them were living together. There she heard that soon a feast was to be held, in which they would celebrate their wedding. But she said, "God still helps me," and opened the casket that the sun had given her. A dress lay therein, as brilliant as the sun itself. So she took it out and put it on, and went up into the castle. And everyone, even the bride herself, looked at her with astonishment. The dress pleased the bride so well that she thought it might do for her wedding dress, and asked if it was for sale, "Not for money or land," answered she, "but for flesh and blood." The bride asked her what she meant by that. So she said, "Let me sleep a night in the chamber where the bridegroom sleeps." The bride would not yet wanted very much to have the dress. At last she consented, but the page was to give the prince a sleeping draught. When it was night, therefore, and the youth was already asleep, she was led into the chamber. She seated herself on the bed and said, "I have followed after thee for 7 years. I have been to the sun and the moon and the 4 winds, and have inquired for thee, and have helped thee against the dragon. Wilt thou then quite forget me?" But the prince slept so soundly that it only seemed to him as if the wind were whistling outside in the fir trees. When therefore day broke, she was led out again, and had to give up the golden dress. And as that even had been of no avail, she was sad, went out into a meadow, sat down there and wept. While she was sitting there, she thought of the egg which the moon had given her. She opened it, and there came out a clucking hen with 12 chickens, all of gold, and they ran about chirping, and crept again under the old hen's wings. Nothing more beautiful was ever seen in the world. Then she arose and drove them through the meadow before her until the bride looked out of the window. The little chickens pleased her so much that she immediately came down and asked if they were for sale, not for money or land, but for flesh and blood. "Let me sleep another night in the chamber where the bridegroom sleeps." The bride said, "Yes," intending to cheat her as on the former evening. But when the prince went to bed, he asked the page what the murmuring and rustling in the night had been. On this the page told all, that he had been forced to give him a sleeping draught because a poor girl had slept secretly in the chamber, and that he was to give him another that night. The prince said, "Pour out the draught by the bedside." At night she was again led in, and when she began to relate how ill all had fared with her, he immediately recognized his beloved wife. By her voice sprang up and cried, "Now I really am released. I have been, as it were, in a dream, for the strange princess has bewitched me, so that I have been compelled to forget thee. But God has delivered me from the spell at the right time." Then they both left the castle secretly in the night, for they feared the father of the princess, who was a sorcerer, and they seated themselves on the griffin, which bore them across the Red Sea. And when they were in the midst of it, she let fall the nut. Immediately, a tall nut tree grew up, whereon the bird rested, and then carried them home, where they found their child, who had grown tall and beautiful. And they lived thenceforth happily until their death. The gnome. There was once upon a time a rich king who had 3 daughters, who daily went to walk in the palace garden. And the king was a great lover of all kinds of fine trees. But there was one for which he had such an affection that if anyone gathered an apple from it, he wished him 100 fathoms underground. And when harvest time came, the apples on this tree were all as red as blood. The 3 daughters went every day beneath the tree and looked to see if the wind had not blown down an apple. But they never by any chance found one. And the tree was so loaded with them that it was almost breaking, and the branches hung down to the ground. Then the king's youngest child had a great desire for an apple, and said to her sisters, "Our father loves us far too much to wish us underground. It is my belief that he would only do that to people who were strangers." And while she was speaking, the child plucked off quite a large apple and ran to her sisters, saying, "Just taste, my dear little sisters, for never in my life have I tasted anything so delightful." Then the 2 other sisters also ate some of the apple, whereupon all 3 sank deep down into the earth, where they could hear no cock crow. When midday came, the king wished to call them to come to dinner, but they were nowhere to be found. He sought them everywhere in the palace and garden, but could not find them. Then he was much troubled, and made known to the whole land that whosoever brought his daughters back again should have one of them to wife. Hereupon, so many young men went about the country in search that there was no counting them, for everyone loved the 3 children, because they were so kind to all and so fair of face. 3 young huntsmen also went out, and when they had traveled about for 8 days, they arrived at a great castle, in which were beautiful apartments, and in one room a table was laid, on which were delicate dishes, which were still so warm that they were smoking. But in the whole of the castle, no human being was either to be seen or heard. They waited there for half a day, and the food still remained warm and smoking. And at length they were so hungry that they sat down and ate, and agreed with each other that they would stay and live in that castle, and that one of them, who should be chosen by casting lots, should remain in the house, and the 2 others seek the king's daughters. They cast lots, and the lot fell on the eldest. So next day, the 2 younger went out to seek, and the eldest had to stay home. At midday came a small mannikin, and begged for a piece of bread. Then the huntsman took the bread, which he had found there, and cut a round off the loaf, and was about to give it to him. But whilst he was giving it to the mannikin, the latter let it fall, and asked the huntsman to be so good as to give him that piece again. The huntsman was about to do so, and stooped, on which the mannikin took a stick, seized him by the hair, and gave him a good beating. Next day, the second stayed at home, and he fared no better. When the 2 others returned in the evening, the eldest said, "Well, how have you got on?" "Oh, very badly," said he. And then they lamented their misfortune together, but they said nothing about it to the youngest, for they did not like him at all, and always called him Stupid Hans, because he did not exactly belong to the forest. On the 3rd day, the youngest stayed at home, and again the little mannikin came and begged for a piece of bread. When the youth gave it to him, the elf let it fall as before, and asked him to be so good as to give him that piece again. Then said Hans to the little mannikin, "What canst thou not pick up that piece thyself? If thou wilt not take as much trouble as that for thy daily bread, thou dost not deserve to have it." Then the mannikin grew very angry, and said he was to do it. But the huntsman would not, and took my dear mannikin, and gave him a thorough beating. Then the mannikin screamed terribly and cried, "Stop, stop, and let me go, and I will tell thee where the king's daughters are." When Hans heard that he left off beating him, and the mannequin told him that he was an earth mannequin, and that there were more than 1,000 like him, and that if he would go with him, he would show him where the king's daughters were. Then he showed him a deep well, but there was no water in it, and the elf said that he knew well that the companions Hans had with him did not intend to deal honorably with him. Therefore, if he wished to deliver the king's children, he must do it alone. The 2 other brothers would also be very glad to recover the king's daughters, but they did not want to have any trouble or danger. Hans was therefore to take a large basket, and he must seat himself in it with his hanger and a bell and be let down. Below were 3 rooms, and in each of them was a princess with a many-headed dragon, whose heads she was to comb and trim, but he must cut them off. And having said all this, the elf vanished. When it was evening, the 2 brothers came and asked how he had got on, and he said, "Pretty well so far," and that he had seen no one except at midday, when a little mannequin had come and begged for a piece of bread that he had given some to him, but that the mannequin had let it fall and had asked him to pick it up again. But as he did not choose to do that, the elf had begun to lose his temper, and that he had done what he ought not, and had given the elf a beating, on which he had told him where the king's daughters were. Then the 2 were so angry at this that they grew green and yellow. Next morning, they went to the well together and drew lots who should first seat himself in the basket. And again, the lot fell on the eldest, and he was to seat himself in it and take the bell with him. Then he said, "If I ring, you must draw me up again immediately." When he had gone down for a short distance, he rang, and they at once drew him up again. Then the second seated himself in the basket, but he did just the same as the first. And then it was the turn of the youngest, but he let himself be lowered quite to the bottom. When he had got out of the basket, he took his hanger and went and stood outside the first door and listened and heard the dragon snoring quite loudly. He opened the door slowly, and one of the princesses was sitting there and had 9 dragons' heads lying upon her lap and was combing them. Then he took his hanger and hewed at them, and the 9 fell off. The princess sprang up, threw her arms round his neck, embraced, and kissed him repeatedly, and took her stomacher, which was made of pure gold, and hung it round his neck. Then he went to the second princess, who had a dragon with 5 heads to comb, and delivered her also, and to the youngest, who had a dragon with 4 heads, he went likewise. And they all rejoiced, and embraced him, and kissed him without stopping. Then he rang very loud, so that those above heard him. And he placed the princesses one after the other in the basket, and had them all drawn up. But when it came to his own turn, he remembered the words of the elf, who had told him that his comrades did not mean well by him. So he took a great stone which was lying there, and placed it in the basket. And when it was about halfway up, his false brothers above cut the rope, so that the basket with the stone fell to the ground, and they thought that he was dead, and ran away with the 3 princesses, making them promise to tell their father that it was they who had delivered them. And then they went to the king, and each demanded a princess in marriage. In the meantime, the youngest huntsman was wandering about the 3 chambers in great trouble, fully expecting to have to end his days there, when he saw hanging on the wall a flute. Then said he, "Why dost thou hang there? No one can be merry here." He looked at the dragon's heads likewise, and said, "You too cannot help me now." He walked backwards and forwards for such a long time that he made the surface of the ground quite smooth. But at last, other thoughts came to his mind, and he took the flute from the wall and played a few notes on it. And suddenly, a number of elves appeared, and with every note that he sounded, one more came. Then he played until the room was entirely filled. They all asked what he desired, so he said he wished to get above ground, back to daylight, on which they seized him by every hair that grew on his head, and thus they flew with him on to the earth again. When he was above ground, he at once went to the king's palace, just as the wedding of one princess was about to be celebrated, and he went to the room where the king and his 3 daughters were. When the princesses saw him, they fainted. Hereupon the king was angry and ordered him to be put in prison at once, because he thought he must have done some injury to the children. When the princesses came to themselves, however, they entreated the king to set him free again. The king asked why, and they said that they were not allowed to tell that, but their father said that they were to tell it to the stove. And he went out, listened at the door, and heard everything. Then he caused the 2 brothers to be hanged on the gallows, and to the 3rd he gave his youngest daughter, and on that occasion I wore a pair of glass shoes, and I struck them against a stone, and they said, "Clink," and were broken. The Death of the Little Hen. Once upon a time, in a quiet village, where the fields rolled gently, and the nut trees grew thick upon the hills, there lived a little cock and a little hen. They were not grand creatures of the forest, nor mighty beasts of prey, but simple companions who shared their days wandering from hedge to hedge, scratching at the earth and taking delight in the smallest of things. One bright morning, when the air still held the coolness of dawn and the grass was silvered with dew, they agreed together to walk to the nut hill. The cock said, "Let us go there, dear hen, and gather the fallen nuts, for the squirrels have left many scattered upon the ground." The hen nodded, and they made a solemn pact, as friends often do. Whichever of them found a kernel first should share it with the other, for neither wished to be selfish. Or so it seemed. They went pecking here and there, beneath the trees, until at last the little hen, sharp of eye and quick of beak, discovered a nut greater than any she had ever seen before. Its shell was thick, its kernel rich, and it seemed a treasure too fine to divide. A thought of greed crossed her mind, and she whispered within herself, "I will eat this alone, and say nothing to my companion." She cracked the nut with effort, but alas, the kernel was so large that when she tried to swallow it, it stuck fast in her throat. Her chest heaved, her eyes grew wide with fear, and she felt the cruel hand of choking. In her distress, she cried out to her faithful friend, "Cock, I beg thee, run as swiftly as thy legs may carry thee, and fetch me water, else I shall perish." The cock, startled and alarmed, set off at once. He flew down the hill across the meadow until he came to a spring, bubbling clear among the stones. There he called out, "Dream, lend me thy water for my companion. The little hen lies upon the nut hill with a kernel in her throat, and unless she drinks, she will choke and die." But the spring, like many a thing in fairy tales, would not give freely. It answered, "Bring me first a thread of red silk from the bride who dwells nearby, and then I shall grant thee water. So the cock hurried on, his heart pounding. He came to the bride who sat in her chamber, spinning bright silk for her wedding garments. He cried, "Bride, I pray thee, give me some red silk, for I must carry it to the well. The well must give me water. The water must I take to the nut hill, for my little hen is choking, and her life hangs by a thread." The bride answered, "First fetch me the wreath of flowers that hangs upon the willow, for without it I cannot part with my silk." The cock, though weary, obeyed. He flew to the willow, by the river, seized the wreath in his beak, and bore it back to the bride. She gave him then a length of red silk, which he hastened to the spring. The spring, seeing the silk, at last poured forth water into a small vessel. The cock clutched it tightly, for he thought, "Now I shall save her life." But when he reached the nut hill, it was too late. The hen lay still and silent, her feathers ruffled by the wind, her eyes closed forever. The cock set down the water and wept bitterly. His cries rang through the forest, and soon creatures of every kind gathered to mourn. 6 little mice, tender of heart, said, "We shall build her a carriage to bear her to her grave." They fashioned a tiny cart of twigs and leaves, and when it was done, they harnessed themselves before it, while the cock sat solemnly and drove. As they made their way, they met the fox. "Where goest thou, little cock?" asked he. "I go to bury my dear hen," answered the cock. "Then let me come also," said the fox. "Yes," replied the cock, "but sit at the back of the carriage, for my small horses cannot drag thee in the front." So the fox climbed aboard, and after him came the wolf, the bear, the stag, the lion, and at length beasts of the wood, until the little carriage was heavy with mourners. Slowly they rolled on until they came to a stream. "How shall we cross?" said the cock. Then a straw lying nearby said, "I will stretch myself across, and ye shall pass over me." They thanked the straw, but when the 6 mice stepped upon it, the straw slipped away, and all the mice tumbled into the water and were drowned. Once more they were in peril, until a glowing coal hopped forth and said, "I will span the stream. Cross quickly ere my fire go out." But the coal touched the water, hissed, and died, leaving naught but ashes. At last, a stone gray and steadfast pitied them, and laid itself across the stream. Over this bridge, the cock carefully drew the carriage. He reached the far bank with the body of his hen. But when he sought to pull over, the beasts who sat behind their weight was too great. The carriage slipped back, and all the forest beasts, with fox, wolf, bear, stag, and lion, together fell into the stream and were drowned. Thus the cock was left all alone with the lifeless hen. With his beak he scraped a grave in the earth, laid her gently within, and heaped a little mound above. There he perched, mourning without ceasing, until grief overcame him, and he too died. And so the tale ends with silence upon the hill, where once the cock and hen had gone in joy. Gambling Hansel. Once in a time long past, there lived a man who could not keep his hands away from cards and dice. His neighbors knew him by no other name than Gambling Hansel, for from morning until night, and from night until morning, he sought nothing but the rattle of dice and the shuffle of cards. His labor was not with plow or hammer, nor did he sow or reap, but he gambled away his hours, and with them his house, his fields, his clothes, and at last even the very bread on his table. At last matters came to such a pass that his creditors prepared to seize his dwelling. On the eve of that unhappy day, when sorrow already pressed upon his shoulders, 2 travelers knocked at his door. They were none other than the Lord himself and Saint Peter, though Hansel, blinded by his folly, knew them not. "Give us shelter this night," said the Lord, "though it be little you can spare." Hansel scratched his head and answered, "You may stay within, for I will not cast a traveler out. But a bed I have not, nor meat, nor drink, for all is gone." "Let that not trouble you," replied the Lord. "Only grant us a roof, and we will see to the rest." So Saint Peter placed 3 groschen in Hansel's hand, and bade him fetch bread from the baker. Yet on his way to the shop, Hansel passed by a smoky tavern, where his old companions, who had already won away his fortune, called to him with noisy laughter, "Hansel, come inside. Throw the dice once more." "Oh," cried Hansel, "you would take even these 3 groschen, would you not?" But they seized him by the arm, and though he made a weak protest, he entered, and soon the 3 coins jingled upon the table. One, throw another, and they were gone, as all else had gone before. Meanwhile, the Lord and Saint Peter waited until patience was worn thin. At last they went forth and met Hansel in the street, raking about in the gutter, as though to search for the lost coins. But the Lord who sees all things knew well where the money had vanished. St. Peter sighed and gave him again 3 groschen, saying sternly, "Go now, and betray us not a second time." This time Hansel brought back the loaf, though with a sullen face. When the Lord asked if there were wine, Hansel spread his hands. "Alas, the casks are empty. Not a drop remains. Go to the cellar," commanded the Lord, "for there flows the best of wine." Hansel laughed bitterly, yet went down, and when he turned the tap, behold, the richest wine of ruby color streamed forth. He filled a jug, marveled a little, but asked no questions. That night, the 3 shared bread and wine under Hansel's roof. In the morning, the Lord said, "You have given us shelter. Ask of me 3 favors, and they shall be granted." Hansel did not ask for wisdom, nor for heaven's gate to open wide before him. Instead, he spoke as one possessed. "First, give me a pack of cards with which I shall always win. Second, dice that will never betray me. Third, a tree on which grows every fruit, and from which no man can descend unless I give him leave." The Lord in his mercy granted what was asked, though St. Peter shook his head in sorrow. With these gifts, Hansel returned to the gaming table. Fortune, bound by heaven's power, could not desert him. In a short while, he had not only regained what was lost, but won half the world besides. Kings and merchants, lords and commoners, all fell before his cursed luck. St. Peter looked upon the earth and said, "Lord, if this goes on, the whole world will fall to Hansel, and he will set himself above every man. Send death to fetch him." So death came to Hansel, who sat once more at play. Hansel said, "Death, rise and follow me." "Wait until the game is ended," Hansel answered coolly, "and in the meantime climb that tree yonder and fetch us some fruit that we may eat upon the road." Death, unwary, climbed the tree, but when he would come down, he found himself trapped. Hansel laughed and let him hang there while the world below changed in strange ways. For 7 years, no man died. The sick lingered in their pain. The aged tottered on their crutches, but never fell. Soldiers bled on the battlefield, yet did not perish. The world grew heavy with weary souls who longed for release. At last St. Peter said, "Lord, it cannot be. The order of life is broken. We must go ourselves." So the Lord came, and he bade Hansel release death. Hansel, though reluctant, spoke the word, and down climbed death. At once he seized Hansel and struck him so that his life was ended. When Hansel's soul departed, it strode boldly to the gate of heaven. He knocked. "Who is there?" asked St. Peter. "Gambling." "Hansel, we will have none of him. He brings strife and noise. Begone." So Hansel went to purgatory and knocked again. "Who is there?" "Gambling Hansel. There is wailing enough within already. We do not need his games. Away." Thus turned from both places, Hansel sought hell, and there the gate opened. Within sat only Lucifer and a handful of crooked devils, weary from their work. No sooner had Hansel entered than he drew out his enchanted cards. "Come, friends, let us play." Lucifer, having little else, staked his servants, and Hansel, as always, won. With a band of crooked devils behind him, Hansel marched forth. They tore a hop pole from the ground and leaned it against the wall of heaven. Up they clambered, rattling and shouting, until even the firmament shook. St. Peter trembled and cried, "Lord, we must let him in, else he will bring heaven crashing down." So they admitted him. Yet scarcely had Hansel set foot inside when he spread his cards upon the golden pavement. A roar of gambling rose up. Angels could not sing. Prayers were drowned. Peace was shattered. Then St. Peter said once more, "Lord, this cannot be borne. He makes all heaven rebel." And together they seized Hansel and hurled him down. His soul burst apart like shards of glass, and each fragment flew into the hearts of gamblers who live to this very day, restless, greedy, and never content for gambling. Hansel walks still among men, though only in pieces. Hans married once upon a time in a quiet village that lay between fields and forests. There lived a young peasant by the name of Hans. He was a simple fellow, neither clever nor foolish, but so mild of heart that he obeyed whatever was told him without question. Now Hans had an uncle, a sly man, who wished to see his nephew married to a wealthy bride, for he thought to better his own standing in the bargain. So one day, when the snow lay heavy upon the roof and the wind rattled the shutters, the uncle took Hans and seated him firmly behind the stove. He heaped the fire high until the tiles grew hot and glowing. And then he set before Hans a steaming pot of milk and a great loaf of white bread. Into Hans's palm he pressed a newly minted farthing that shone as if it were a golden coin. "Now listen." "Well?" "Hans," said the uncle, wagging his finger, "hold that farthing tight in your hand. Crumble the bread into the milk, and stir not a step from this spot until I return. If you do all this, fortune will smile upon you." "Yes," answered Hans with all obedience. "I shall do exactly as you say." And so he sat with the coin clenched in his fist and the bread and milk before him, thinking no further thought. Then the uncle, who had dressed himself in a pair of patched and much-worn trousers, strode off to the neighboring village, where lived the daughter of a rich peasant. Standing before her father, the old miser, the uncle bowed low and said, "Good sir, will you not give your daughter to my nephew, Hans? You shall have an honest man for her, steady in his ways, and sensible enough to please any house." The miser narrowed his eyes. "And how does it stand with his fortune? Has he bread to break, or must my daughter chew crusts of poverty?" "Ah," said the wooer smoothly, "my nephew has everything one could wish. A snug hearth, a bit of money clinking in his hand, and bread in plenty. And as for land, why, he has as many patches as I myself." With that, he slapped the many sewn-on pieces of cloth that covered his trousers. Yet in that countryside, everyone knew that the word patch also meant a plot of land, large or small. The miser, hearing this thought, Hans must indeed be well provided for. "Come, sir," said the uncle, "if you will, but take the trouble to walk home with me, your eyes shall be convinced." Now the miser, greedy for gain and unwilling to miss such a chance, nodded at once. "If matters are as you say, then I will not stand in the way of the marriage." And thus the betrothal was made. And before long the bells rang, and the feast was set, and Hans had a bride without ever stirring from his stool behind the stove. On the day after the wedding, the young wife wished to see the fields and possessions that were promised her. Hans, who knew nothing of such things, took off his good Sunday coat and put on his smock frock, which was so patched that scarcely a bit of the old cloth remained. "I must not spoil my fine coat," said Hans in his gentle way, and off they went together. Whenever they came to a boundary line where one meadow ended and another began, Hans would stop point with his finger and slap a patch upon his frock. "That patch is mine," said he cheerfully, "and that one too, my dearest. Just look at it." He meant her to look at the stitches on his garment, but she, poor soul, stared wide-eyed at the great stretches of land and meadow, and thought all of it belonged to her husband. Thus she walked beside him in high spirits, dreaming of wealth, while Hans thought only of his coat. And so it was that the uncle's trick came true. Hans gained a wife, and the miser gave away his daughter, both believing themselves well matched. Now, if you should ask, were you yourself at the wedding? Why, yes, indeed. I was there. My head-dress was woven of fresh white snow, but when the sun peeped out, it melted away and left me bare. My coat was spun of cobwebs, fine as lace, but I brushed too near the thorns, and it was torn to tatters. My shoes were made of clear glass, and when I stumbled on a stone, they rang out clink and broke clean in two. And so ends the tale of Hans and the patches where the fool was wiser than he knew. The miser was tricked by his own greed, and the bride learned too late that not every patch hides a field. The Water-Nix. Once upon a time, in a quiet village, surrounded by meadows and dark woods, there lived a little brother and a little sister. They were poor children, yet bright and merry, and they passed their days in simple play. One summer's afternoon, when the sun glowed upon the thatched roofs, and the swallows dipped low above the fields, the two children wandered toward a moss-grown well at the edge of the forest. The water shimmered like glass, and they laughed as they tossed pebbles and splashed with their hands. But while they bent too far in their play, both slipped and tumbled headlong into the depths. Now in that well there dwelt a Water-Nix, a spirit of the deep. She was ancient, and her eyes gleamed like green glass in the dark water. When the children fell, she seized them with her cold hands and cried, "Now I have you, and never shall you return to the sunlit world. You shall serve me and work until your bones ache." With that she bore them down to her hidden dwelling beneath the waters. Life there was cruel and heavy. The nix gave the little girl a heap of filthy, tangled flax and bade her spin it until it shone like silver, though no spindle could tame such knots. She commanded her also to fetch water in a bucket full of holes so that not a drop would ever stay inside. And she set the boy to cut down a mighty oak with a blunt axe that scarcely bit the bark. Day after day they toiled and wept, and for their pains they were given naught but dumplings hard as stone, which neither teeth nor hunger could soften. So the children grew thin and sorrowful, yet still they whispered hope to one another in the dark. At last, when their hearts could endure no more, they laid a secret plan. They watched and waited until one Sunday, when the Water-Nix rose from her dwelling and went up to the world above to sit in church, as spirits sometimes do. Then the children clasped hands, their hearts beating like drums, and they fled. When the church service ended and the nix returned, she found her chambers empty and the children gone. At once her wrath blazed, and she rose with giant strides after them. Her steps were like the rushing of floods, and the earth quaked beneath her as she came. The children, running for their lives, looked back and saw her fierce shape drawing near. Quick-witted, the sister cast behind her a small brush she had carried in her pocket. At once, the brush grew into a great hill, bristling with thousands upon thousands of sharp spikes. Each spike was long and cruel, and the nix was forced to clamber and crawl, her skin torn and her garments rent. Though it cost her sorely at last, she pressed through. When the children beheld this, their fear doubled, and the brother flung down the comb from his pouch. At once there sprang up a hill made of combs, 1,000 times, 1,000 teeth, pointing upward, sharp and unyielding. Yet the nix balanced herself with dreadful skill, and step by step she crossed that strange mountain also. Still, the children did not falter. The sister seized her little looking-glass and with trembling hands hurled it behind her. Then arose a hill of mirrors, glittering and smooth as ice. It shone with 100,000 faces of the fleeing children and the furious nix. The slope was steep and so slippery that no foot could hold fast upon it. The nix tried once, then twice, but slid back with a cry of rage. At last she said, "I will fetch my axe and hew this hill in twain. Then nothing shall hinder me." So she turned back to her well to fetch the axe of iron. But long before she returned and struck even a single blow, the brother and sister had run far, far away, across fields and forests, until the sound of the rushing water faded, and the open sky was above them once more. Weary but free, they gave thanks for their deliverance, while the nix, beaten at last, was forced to creep back into her dark dwelling there, to brood in silence at the bottom of her well. And so the little brother and sister were never seen by her again, but dwelt happily together, wiser and stronger for all the hardships they had endured. The Fox and the Geese. Once upon a time, in a wide green meadow, where the grass grew tall and soft as silk, there dwelt a flock of geese, plump and white with feathers that shone in the sun like polished snow. They wandered together in peace, cropping the tender shoots and drinking from the clear brook that wound its way through the field. The air was mild, the sky was high and blue, and all seemed safe in that quiet pasture. But one morning, when the shadows of the hedgerows were still long upon the ground, there came a fox red of fur and sly of step, padding silently into the meadow. His eyes gleamed like embers beneath his brow, and his teeth shone sharp between his thin lips. When he beheld the geese gathered close, their round bodies heavy with fat, his heart leapt with cunning joy. He smacked his lips, and with a grin he spoke aloud. "Ah, I come in the very nick of time. Here you sit together, so still and trusting, as if you were waiting for me. Now I may eat you one after another, without the least trouble." The words fell like stones into the stillness of the meadow. The geese started in terror. Their wings beat against the ground, their long necks stretched upward, and from their throats burst cries of dread. "Gaga," they cried, filling the meadow with their wailing. They flapped, they stumbled, they huddled together, but the fox stood firm, his grin wide and merciless. "Do not waste your breath," he said, "for there is no mercy to be found in me. Your hour is struck. You must die." The geese trembled, for never before had death stood so near. Yet among them was one goose older than the rest, whose heart, though quaking, held a glimmer of courage. She stretched her neck and spoke. If we poor geese are indeed to yield up our young and vigorous lives, grant us but one small favor. Let us offer a last prayer to heaven, that we may not depart this world burdened with sin. When we have prayed, we shall stand in a row before you, each in turn, so that you may choose always the fattest for your meal. The fox cocked his head, for though he was cruel, the word seemed fair to him. Yes, he said at length, that is a reasonable request, and a pious one as well. Pray as long as you like, and when you are done, I shall take my feast. I am not one to deny devotion even to my prey. So the geese bowed their heads, and the first among them lifted her voice. She began a long, solemn prayer. Her words were strange, half holy and half wild, for to the fox's ears they were nothing but the endless cry of "Ga, ga, ga." The fox sat upon his haunches and pricked up his ears, waiting for her to finish. But the goose prayed on without pause, her "ga, ga" rolling like a bell tolling over the meadow. The second goose grew restless. She would not wait her turn, but began her own prayer at once, lifting her voice to heaven in a loud "Gaga." The third followed, and the fourth, and soon the whole flock was cackling together, their cries filling the field, echoing in the hedges, and rising like a great storm of noise. The fox twitched his tail. He licked his lips. He shifted his paws. Yet still the geese prayed on, never ceasing, never yielding a single breath for silence. And so they stand to this day, praying with all their might, while the fox, weary of waiting, paces to and fro, with hunger gnawing his belly. Thus the tale tells us, when the geese have finished their prayers, the story shall continue further. But for now, they pray without end, their voices rising forever into the sky, and the fox must wait, lean and restless, for his supper that never comes.